So much has been said about Ronnie O'Sullivan, and it's difficult to come up with anything new. But you know, as a player, there is no area really you can fault him. Where everybody starts to identify there's the possible problems with Ronnie O'Sullivan's game is when the wrong type of Ronnie turns up for the match.
Absolutely, that's the question you've got to ask. As you say, technically he's as good as there is, as good as there ever will be. I think it's fair to say though that he doesn't get out of bed on the wrong side in terms of the way he plays his snooker that often these days. He's pretty much tuned in 90% of the time, I would say, but it is in a player's best interest, his opponent's best interest, to look for those little signs of maybe fragile mental attitude.
When he's not having an enjoyable day, he might rush his shots. He may look a bit too casual. The player I don't want to play against, the Ronnie O'Sullivan I don't want to play against, is the player that's giving it a bit more time, a little bit more time, a bit more study. Dead straight pink, okay? You're playing the shot, okay, this is two different ways to play the shot. You walk around the table, it's an easy shot. You go like this, you pot the ball, go down. Okay, but the other Ronnie O'Sullivan, the one that looked even more dangerous to me, was the player that, well, this is an easy shot. Yeah. I pot the red, I come around the table, it's an easy shot. I just stand there for a split second longer and get in line with the shot, and he was giving it one rub of his cue just as something to do while he studied the shot and saw the line. The other Ronnie O'Sullivan would have walked around the table and dropped on the shot.
Yeah, fall in the wrong way.
But the standing behind the shot, just for a little bit, not the length of time perhaps me and you would do, but just enough to set the line, sort out what you're going to do, get your brain clear, and then get down into the shot. And I thought that was paying dividends. He didn't seem to do that in the World Championship last year against James Cahill, but when he's doing that, then his mind's on the job.
The other thing I like about O'Sullivan, and this is super rare, is playing for fun. He manages to look like he's playing almost for enjoyment. It's not like he's playing even to win. It's just, I'm going to play to impress myself. And if I do that, who's going to beat me?
Sometimes it's weird with me because if I'm playing well, I take my cue everywhere with me. But if I'm playing rubbish, I just leave it in the car in the hope that maybe it gets nicked and then I can start again with a new one. I was about 8, it meant the world to me. To have my own cue, I was buzzing. About 9 pieces it was. Screwed it, loads of different things, loads of patterns on it. I thought it was fantastic, but actually probably the worst cue in the world. John Paris made it. Weight, I don't really know, to be honest with you. I just know that mine's a lot slimmer than most people's. You know, I think a cue is just something you feel quite comfortable with. It's more about the flex in the cue, so no two cues are the same. It's more whether you like the flex of it, whether it's got enough whip in it. Some like it solid and some like it a bit whippy. A couple of times I've smashed one and I've given one away. And then, you know, had to find another one, which is not always the easiest thing to do.
Mark Williams, one of the most naturally gifted snooker players I think the game's ever seen, and certainly one of the best match temperaments we've ever witnessed.
Yeah, his game is almost not even worth talking about because it's that good. It's that sort of, he just got every element of the game covered in terms of technique and shot selection, all those things that we always talk about, but it is what goes on upstairs, I think, that sets him apart. The calmness that he's got down this end is obviously outstanding, but I think in some way he's almost cons himself in a way that it's like he knows the pressure's up here and it's buzzing round his head, but it's almost like, no, convince myself that nothing's going on that's of any difficulty in the shots he's going to play. There's one here, I read, probably for a professional, the way to play it would be punch it in. 99 players out of 100 would. You know, take the kick out of play, take any roll in the table out of play and get a cue ball onto the black.
The stun run through, whereas Mark plays a different way, doesn't he?
Yeah, generally he does. I mean, to have the calmness and the presence of mind to think, I'm happy rolling balls in, although it's not the stress-free way to play it, it's kind of the opposite, but he kind of turns it on its head and thinks, okay, I'll give the pocket every chance, play it slowly. And generally he knocks those type of shots in, and that is an art in itself at the top level.
I think where he may fall down in the future is motivation. I don't blame him. You know, he's in the game. He's done everything there is. Winning the World Championship again was incredible. I think he proved to himself he could do it, and all of a sudden, so what if he doesn't now go on to greater things? Everything really relies on whether Mark wants to pay the price anymore. And if he doesn't, and he just wants to enjoy himself, fair enough. If he does want to go through the mill, if he does want to pay that price to the nth degree, we may see him lift other trophies. He gets close regardless of that, but if he was to absolutely put himself out, is there another World Championship in him? Maybe so. He is such a great competitor.
It's the championship decider. All 5 laps are on.
From Mark Williams.
Just the response he needed. Made the century break, and we're in for a treat here. It's 1-1 already.
I think for us and the neutrals to see this go tight to the last session, wouldn't we?
Mark Williams would be delighted because he's levelled a 2-2.
Mark Williams special. The second scrappy frame in a row, and they've both gone to Mark Williams.
He's a very dangerous opponent when he gets a run on, obviously. That's why he's won 3 World Championships. Big shot.
Mark Williams, at the moment he's picking Ronnie O'Sullivan off. 3 frames in a row.
What a way to finish the session and keep pressure on the opponent. Mark Williams, well, that was a vintage, pal. Well played. He leads Ronnie O'Sullivan by 6 frames to 2.
I get out there, I'll be trying my best. I'm just going to enjoy the experience because you don't know how long them experiences will come around.
Mark Williams gets what should be a fascinating middle session underway. Average frame time really is blink and you'll miss it.
I can't remember. Ronnie O'Sullivan's obviously been so successful at the Crucible, 5 times champion, but I can't remember a lot of matches that he's won from 4 frames behind here. Needs to find something in this session.
This middle session you always describe as moving session, the equivalent of a Saturday and a golf major. Ronnie needs to get going.
this first frame is a huge frame for both players, but I think it's huge for Mark because he wants to keep the momentum going. He doesn't want to be giving Ronnie any glimmer of weakness. Goes without saying it's important for Ronnie, but I think a different way equally is important for Mark.
One.
Well, it's an accurate start from Ronnie O'Sullivan.
I had a little cursory glance at the yellow, but no way he's playing that.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1.
Seems determined to relax and enjoy himself. 3-time world champion Mark Williams. Treat almost everything as a bonus here.
One.
Wow, kissed a couple of cannons after potting that nice long red. Not been too helpful. There's the first, there's the second. Could have done without the second one. Be a big shot to take the pink on to the left corner. He's getting the rest out. This is a big shot. Just couldn't get into a comfortable situation to play the shot.
It was a good lesson
Mark
there for
Williams,
any
1.
budding snooker players watching, that if you don't feel right over the shot, you don't have to take it on.
Maybe he was just bluffing all along. Wouldn't put it past Mark.
Little tap of appreciation there from Mark for that cue ball from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Thought he got lucky for a moment there.
Another excellent safety shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan. If Mark Williams could get through, which he can't do, if he could get through to cushion first, he'd play cushion first and play the little plant. Anyway. I was thinking about swerving it. But he's in a bit of trouble here. The two reds that are the plant to the corner, and the next red up. He wants to really hit the cushion round about level with that red. Maybe even a touch before. As you can see, for the green, he can't get to it. He could play the swerve, but the red near the right middle is stopping that shot. Wow, what a shot.
1.
Very unlucky not to be in a pot, but he'll be delighted he's playing the next shot. That's the main thing.
He deserved a lot better than that after picking this out.
He is a shot maker, there's no doubt about it.
Yellow ball. Mark Williams, 1.
He's having to do a lot of tapping the table, Mark Williams, at the moment, because Ronnie O'Sullivan's playing some excellent safety. This red could go close to in off. Wow, I didn't know he was playing that one. What a long pot that is. I thought he was playing the plant below the pink, and I thought one of them might go in off the other red that's near the right corner, but he's pulled out a shot here.
Mark Williams, 1.
It's not the start to the frame that Ronnie O'Sullivan was after.
Yeah, the magnitude of this opening frame is clear to see. See it in both of their approaches.
Ferrule of his just below the tip is so close to the yellow. It actually looks like he's taking a little chunk out of his tip to the right side as we look at it. Such a difficult shot. If you look at the right hand side, it's closest to the yellow. You can see it's misshapen at the side. He did have a miscue yesterday in the match. I don't know if that's caused that. It's kind of like, I don't know, in Formula 1 we have a flat spot in a tyre that's a little bit similar to that. Looks fine from that view. A little bit of pressure on this pot. Keeps potting single balls, as is famous for Mark Williams, but he just can't get on a colour. But the important thing, as I said, you know, and JV used to always say as well, at least you're playing the next shot.
It's a lot of work for 4 points, but he hopes that it pays dividends.
I mean, yeah,
Mark Williams, 1.
It's 4 points to 1, but it's been a very high standard of snooker in this frame. That could be a fatal error in this frame for Ronnie O'Sullivan. It could cost him the frame. It should do, actually, the way the reds are spread.
One.
Longest frame of the match, frame 5, just over 15 minutes. This has been so circumspect so far. It's already approaching that. But Mark Williams will look to get the job done quickly here.
8.
Yeah, just a little bit awkward cue in here. Not in perfect position yet. And that red looks to be wide, and in fact it is.
Mark Williams, 8.
So, little nervy one there.
One.
Yeah, just obviously hampered, as you can see. So just trying to drop it in, which is obviously he doesn't mind playing that shot, but yeah, there was pressure on it. It's a huge big frame, this
8.
this first frame for both players.
Just the sort of chance that Ronnie O'Sullivan would have wanted. Handed to him by that miss from Williams.
16. 17. 24. 25. 32.
Not sure if he can play for black this time. Just finish with a little angle on this red. Yeah, you see the angle's taking the cue ball near those two reds. I suppose you could play cushion first and play a cannon on one of them. But dangerous. You could snooker yourself on the black. I think the safest way, go up for the blue.
$33.
Longest frame of the match so far, emphasizing its importance.
Ah, lovely shot. Lovely shot.
38. 39.
What an advantage it is. Just little awkward shots like that. He was playing right-handed, couldn't get into the position, but then was able just to switch hands and play it like a normal shot.
46.
Not sure if he played for this red into the corner. I think he was playing for a choice of two into the left middle, but he'll take it.
47.
So black And one more red to secure the frame. There's
54.
Mark had first chance at these loose reds. And just a wee bit of movement in the head when he played that. So
Ronnie
4 to
O'Sullivan,
3 ahead.
54.
4 to 3 on.
One.
Too far to be able to pot the black and be on this red, but he can play a pretty good safety. He'll leave the cue ball in a way that he might be able to play the red up to take the pink off the cushion and snooker run at the same time behind the black.
Eight.
In the end,
Mark Williams, 8.
played neither.
So O'Sullivan not punished for the mistake. Mark Williams needs this red with a black and then all of the colours for a respot. And now he moves the pink.
Yeah, the normal safety here would be push the red onto the yellow, but Ronnie doesn't really want to bring the yellow into play, so very thin contact on the red. Good shot. Fascinating first frame though, to the second session. I said everything really.
Does feel like there's a lot of weight on it for both players.
Well, it's a good safety shot from Mark Williams, but the bad news, obviously, look where the black's gone. He needs a black with a red and all the colours if he's to tie this frame. Just gotta be careful here because he could find himself in a lot of trouble now, Ronnie O'Sullivan. Cue ball can be right up behind the black ball here. So a bit of mileage in this frame yet.
Foul and a miss. Mark Williams, 4.
And suddenly, Williams moves into range.
Missed that by a long way. So now he's not only going to hit it, but he's going to get it safe. And that'll do nicely. He'll settle for that. There's a lot of balls in an area where you think it'd be quite easy to lay a snooker. You think if we push the red along towards the yellow and bring the cue ball back to somewhere near where it is now, almost guaranteed. Wow.
Foul.
That's very careless.
And a miss.
A very un-Ronnie-like mistake. Well, from being one red away from winning his first frame, it's now become a real battle for Ronnie O'Sullivan to get his first frame.
Well, if Mark Williams can win it from here, what does this say for the rest of the match?
Well, it's very difficult to see him winning the frame at this visit, the way the balls are situated, but he wouldn't put it past Mark. This is a tough red to start. Beautiful shot.
One.
He doesn't need to do a lot with the cue ball in potting this yellow to be on the green. Basically, and play this yellow dead weight.
7.
It's guaranteed to be on the green.
Nine.
Has he got an angle to take the black out from this green? No.
12.
Maybe from the black. He may leave the black as a double, knowing Mark Williams, the way he plays the game.
16.
He may take it out here. I'd be very surprised if he didn't play to move the black here. He hasn't again. He keeps defying me.
21.
Just doesn't play the shots that a lot of other players would play. He's leaving the double to the left middle. What a clearance this would be. What a clearance.
Under the most severe pressure. How's your luck?
Mark Williams.
Desperately close.
27.
So it comes to this in this opening frame.
What a frame this has been. If he misses this, he'd like to miss it thin, and the black will go safe. Which he has done. Can't believe the black's come so far across the table.
So for 7-2.
7 and frame.
Never in doubt.
Mark Williams.
Terrific pot from Mark Williams. And the manner of the victory in that opening frame will have hurt Ronnie O'Sullivan. Williams now leads by 7. Well, what an opener that was. The kind of frame that would have had a capacity crucible crowd almost under the seats. It was so dramatic.
And this was the red that Ronnie missed. Very strange red to miss, really. Done all the hard work. It's been a really good break, and he's normally so reliable left-handed, but he's obviously just flicked a bit of left-hand side on, which pushed the cue ball out to the right, missed it thick. Surprise and miss. That would have been the frame. And from then on, Mark Williams just totally dominated the exchanges from then on. He's such a clever player.
Well, that is the unusual scene of this very recognisable venue. You can see Ronnie O'Sullivan has made his way back into this empty arena. Has a little look at the tip of that cue that Stephen was mentioning. There's tip cam again.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it looks fine from that angle. Maybe it was just a little bit of chalk dust or something that made it look like it was a bit misshapen.
Frame 10. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Only Mark Williams could re-enter in a massive match like that.
Well, at this moment, Ronnie is he's following one bad shot with another bad shot, which you just can't afford to do at this level.
In all honesty, Mark was still drying his hands there.
One.
Excellent pot. And held nicely for the black. Little cannon on the red above the black now. Wow.
Mark Williams, 1.
That's an incredible miss after the opening red. The thing about Mark Williams, he missed that black as he missed the red in the previous frame, and next time he comes to the table he's just completely forgotten about it. He's the best temperament the game's probably ever seen. Ah, lovely pot from Ronnie. Yeah, Mark wouldn't care if he wins this frame potting one ball at a time. This is a lovely cut to the middle pocket. Badly needs a 3-frame burst. Now Ronnie O'Sullivan. Oh, beautiful. That couldn't have worked out any better. Yeah, there's no one better than Ronnie. He could win 3 frames in literally half an hour.
You picked the wrong one up. Right, we'll have to sanitise that then. Do you want to hold on for that? It does really have to sanitise it.
Picked up the wrong rest, so
just carry on.
The house is going to have to
I'll do that after you finish your visit.
sanitise the rest. These are the times we live in.
Nine. $16. 17.
I think as neutrals, we all want to see a Ronnie comeback, don't we? Because we want to see this match go to a final
24.
session tonight and be the match that we all hoped it would be. I think it'd be a little bit of an anticlimax if Mark ran away with it in this session. I'm very good friends with Mark. I'd be delighted to see him win, but as a snooker fan, I want to see this match carry on.
32.
Yeah, you're right. Without taking any sides, you'd love 12 all in a high standard and a thrilling decider.
33.
I also qualify that before everyone goes on social media. I'm very good friends with Ronnie as well. So whoever wins, I'm not really bothered. But I just want to see a good match between two of the greatest players in the game. And let's just end it there.
40.
Yeah, as the sound of digging fades away from Stephen, we all know what he meant.
That was a lovely shot on the black there. That was a little pressure shot because he wasn't nicely on the
47.
black. And this red looks like definitely goes to the right side of the right half of the pocket as he looks at it. Whether he's got the whole pocket, I don't know.
48.
Controlled the follow through perfectly.
$55. $56.
Miscue there from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Little smile to himself
63.
and a sigh of relief.
He's actually using different chalk than he normally uses. I've seen in this match. Now it's a special chalk that's supposed to stop kicks and big
64.
bounces, but I think one of the downfalls of it is you can put in the odd miscue, and that's the second one. Incredibly, still got screw back on the cue ball. But he had one yesterday, and that's another one.
$69.
He's 68 ahead with 67 remaining.
$70.
And that red should keep Mark Williams in his chair here.
$72. $73.
After throwing away that opening frame of the session, Ronnie O'Sullivan needed to bounce back straight away. And that's what he's done.
$75. $76. $83. $84.
Wow, this is just what the doctor ordered for Ronnie O'Sullivan.
$91.
5 centuries so far in this World Championship, Ronnie O'Sullivan. Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
$92.
Well, that was much more difficult than the one he missed. Frame ball in the last frame, left-handed.
$96. Sorry? Yeah, use your own wrist, yeah. So that.
Just checking which rest he's allowed to use here, with some disinfectant required.
$98.
So this with the rest for his 173rd Crucible century.
101.
Great response from Ronnie O'Sullivan. That's his 6th of this year's championships as well.
105. 105 in the frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, he misses there, but he doesn't mind. After letting slip the opening frame, Ronnie O'Sullivan fights straight back, and Mark Williams leads by 7 frames to 3. Well, Yambahas is going to disinfect the rest now. Series of sentences that you never thought you'd say. Tatiana Wollaston there helping him out. All very necessary and all part of this very different Crucible story. But already, Stephen, 2 terrific opening frames of this session.
Yeah.
It's done.
Two
She's good, isn't she?
2 frames of very high standard for different reasons. This was an excellent opening pot from Mark Williams with the extension on the butt of his cue and controlled the cue ball beautifully. Perfect on the black, and then it obviously just takes his eye off the pot. He's watching the cannon. That's what can so easily happen here. And yeah, and after that, Ronnie potted a beautiful red in the middle and did what Ronnie does.
Interesting body language there from Mark as well, because he continued as if he'd potted the black for a moment there, almost as if there was some suspended disbelief.
But that'll be long forgotten. Ronnie's getting up, but it's Mark's break.
Mark.
Be a mark on the cue ball from Ronnie's miscue. Normally it leaves, funny enough, it leaves like a yellow
really
sort of circle mark, which is strange.
Yeah. Change the cue ball.
Change of cue ball as well.
It's all happening here at the Crucible.
Absolutely.
We will get the 3rd frame underway eventually.
Well, Mark Williams had every right to point it out.
Yeah, it leaves a horrible, ugly yellow, dark yellow, almost brown mark on the cue ball when you miscue, and you can't get rid of it. It's there forevermore. So, quite right to change the cue ball. Here we go.
Frame
Incredible.
11.
Still got
Mark
the
Williams.
screw back, but
so frame number 11. Still that 4-frame advantage for the Welshman.
okay, he's left the red out to the right corner pocket, but excellent length of cue ball.
If he was 7-3 up, I think he might take it on. Of course, he may yet anyway.
Just a containing safety shot. Don't know if the red above the black goes to left middle, but I think it's too dangerous to play that one anyway. Identical pot success percentage. Above 90% is always excellent. Long pot success, identical as well. Stat a little bit unusual, those stats, considering Mark's got a 4-frame lead. But 71% is a very good percentage as well for long potting.
can Mark see here?
Foul. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
Well, for a second, I was saying under my breath, lucky boy to Mark Williams for not colliding with any reds when he missed the pot, but then it went in off and he's given Ronnie. Okay, it's from distance, but shouldn't have any problem negotiating this and getting nicely on the colour. He's overhit it, has he?
1.
Just stopped in time. Beautiful cue ball.
Eight.
This is exactly the kind of rhythm he wants to get into.
9.
You could hear the gasp. You could hear the gasp from Ronnie.
16.
He knew as soon as, virtually as soon as the cue ball left the tip of the cue, that was going to go wrong. This is a pressure shot, this. Oh, beautiful.
17.
When you line up those reds that just point to the right corner, when you know you should have been perfect, and all of a sudden you've got to drop them in from under the cushion, inside, you just know it's not the shot you should be playing, and you're under pressure to get it. You've got to have great temperament. He's played a couple of really nice screw shots. The opening red and that one,
24.
considering he miscued playing a screw shot in the previous frame, can sometimes make you feel be a bit tentative on your next couple of screw
25.
shots. It's not been the case.
Just in case anyone was getting excited, he takes the brown.
$30.
So far, it's a good response
35.
to going 7-2 down from Ronnie O'Sullivan.
36. $41. 42. $49. 50. 56.
This break barely 4 minutes
57.
old. And Ronnie O'Sullivan fast approaching frame ball. Black and another red. It's just And too far for the intended red to left middle. This might look easy on the screen, but it's actually an awkward little shot to the right middle. And he's hampered slightly by the black ball. Yeah, well
65.
done. So in 5 minutes virtually, Ronnie O'Sullivan looks to have secured his second frame of this session.
$70. $71.
Well, that's 180 points without reply and counting. What a response from O'Sullivan.
$74. $74 in the frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, that stays out, but in double quick time, O'Sullivan, with a break of 74, narrows the gap, and Mark Williams now leads by 7 frames to 4. Oh, both players have left the arena for the time being, so we'll leave you for a moment with some statistics.
$12. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Final frame before the mid-session interval, and a mistake at the beginning of it from Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Yeah, that's 2 bad breakoffs in this little session. First one, he made contact with a blue. Ronnie potted a red from it, but then missed a black, and this time left Mark an easy opener to the left middle. Not something you normally associate with Ronnie O'Sullivan, poor breakoffs. But Mark has finished wrong side of the blue, so got to avoid the bulk cover if he's going in and out of bulk. He may just decide to drop the blue in. He's just looking to see where he wants to leave the cue ball for this red to right corner. Wants to leave it pretty straight so he can just stun for the black.
$6. Mark Williams, 6.
A little bit of weakness creeping into Mark Williams' game. That's two or three balls he's missed now. The first mistake in the break was obviously finished short and on the blue, then he couldn't get close to the reds. Brilliant pop. He's really starting to get into a groove, Ronnie O'Sullivan. Again, a little bit of pressure on that. He knew he was leaving one to the right corner should he miss. Said he needed a 3-frame burst. He's had 2 of those 3. Can he finish the job and reduce the deficit to only 2 frames at the mid-session interval? This match is brewing up nicely,
6.
Dave.
Yeah, it's everything we would have hoped for. from this middle session so far. And in this mood, if you keep giving Ronnie O'Sullivan chances,
13.
he's more than likely going to punish you.
14.
It was interesting to see overnight that, given the troubles of
9.
O'Sullivan and Trump, that Mark Selby was the new favourite for this year's World Championships.
20.
That, I suspect, would change with a barrage here from O'Sullivan, or indeed from Trump.
Oh, that may be end of break.
27.
Split the reds beautifully, but has he got a pot on? Only red, possibly the pot, the red to the right, the pink up to the far right corner. That looks like a safety. Needs to find that ball
Ronnie
cushion.
O'Sullivan, 27.
Not bad. 8 out of 10. I'm going for that one.
That's pretty good, given that you never give 10.
Well, the way the reds are split, you think the next mistake could be very costly. Mark Williams preferring to play more containing safety shot than trying to get the cue ball back to baulk. And it's a pretty good shot. You can see the cue ball's tight to that cushion. That's the secret to most safety shots. This looks a bit pacey, this cue ball, is it? Again, just not finding that baulk cushion.
One.
Oh, incredible. Deflected in.
Well, what a time
Mark Williams, 1.
to get that fluke. You may see Ronnie just hit this as hard as he can now. I don't see how you can play a soft shot. Yep, trying to get out safe. Wow, that could have been a lot worse. Okay, there's a red to left middle, but that could have been easier. The unfortunate thing for Ronnie is he didn't put any colours safe. So as long as Mark can drop this red in the left middle, he's guaranteed to be on something.
One.
That'll only be the pressure of the moment you would think would stop Mark Williams
7.
winning the frame at this visit, the way the reds are situated. All the colours in the open. Shouldn't be a problem.
Eight.
But Ronnie will be stewing in his chair. That fluke. Let's say that 2-frame burst very quickly. Here we see it. That's horrible. It really is. Especially when you're chasing the match and you're trying to come from behind and every frame is precious. You win 2 frames quickly. Trying to get to the interval 7-5 and that happens.
11.
Yeah, to restore his 4-frame advantage as we head into the mid-session interval would be a big boost. Just when it looked as if Ronnie was into
15.
that deadly rhythm, that relentless rhythm.
16. $22. 23. $29.
So anything but straight on this pink. He may go up for a colour at the other end of the table here. Those two reds in the middle of the table, they obviously only pot to the left middle. So going up the table to make the positional shot a bit better, but what's that cue ball to stop? Didn't play for that angle in the blue.
35.
So he's going to need the last red, which is on the cushion.
36.
So maybe a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Again, similar to the black ball in the first frame, Mark may leave that red as a double.
$39. $40.
So he missed the one, the black in the first frame.
45.
The knuckle closest to him.
46.
Safely in, but 26 in front, 27 on. Missable pink, but this is frame ball. Safely in. So aided by a bit of luck, you would say, Mark Williams. He seems to have
52.
regained his 4-frame advantage, has he?
Yeah, the slice of fortune.
54.
Still have to make use of it though, and what a good yellow that was after the excellent pink.
57.
Well, two quick fire frames in the middle, but the first and last frames of this mini
57
session
frame. Mark
go the
Williams.
way of Mark Williams, and there is much for Ronnie O'Sullivan to ponder here. Mark Williams maintains that 4-frame lead. He leads by 8 frames to 4.
Frame 13. Mark Williams to break.
Oh, Mark Williams breaks off and playing frame 13. Knowing that he can just share these 4 frames in a very strong position going into tonight's final session. Whereas Ronnie wants at least a 3-1 victory.
One.
Easy roll up behind the green, but looks to be going on the offensive, screwing in the out of bulk. It's just a wonderful shot. Just a wonderful shot.
5. 6.
It's that astonishing natural ability. Just writ large.
Well, as good as that Brown was,
11.
that was as bad for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Look, it's hampered. The cue ball should be nowhere near here.
12.
And still struck it beautifully. Another shot played to perfection. Pink full in the face.
70.
The reason I say you should hit the pink full in the face because it keeps the cue ball in the middle of the table. As soon as you hit any
80.
side of the pink, you just lose the cue ball.
Yeah, if he could win this mini session 3-1, as Stephen suggested, be 9-7, which would feel manageable going into that final session.
25.
That will be a thrilling watch.
26. 33. 34.
A little grimace to himself there. Came very close to missing that.
Well, this is a shot he played. As I say,
41.
most players would just tuck up behind the green. Ronnie O'Sullivan plays a shot that, well, most players only play in practice or an exhibition, but he obviously feels the only way he's going to get back into this match, well, is certainly by not
Ronnie
missing
O'Sullivan,
reds like that.
41.
I was going to say the only way he feels to get back in the match is being aggressive, but both players now have missed one to that far jaw.
Mark straight away on the offensive, and that hasn't worked out for him.
One. Five. Six.
When two naturally attacking players come together like this, chances can come thick and fast.
$11.
Poor miss with the red. Another chance now to
12.
make it 8-5, but can't see the blue, but he does have the pink.
Yeah, this pink's missable though. But potted with great authority.
18. $19.
Black puts Ronnie 67 ahead, 67 on, so
26.
this red will secure the frame.
27.
Again, you hear the exhale, the gasp. He'd be very irritated where he's left the cue ball, because if he misses this, which he has done, Mark Williams may well come back to the table.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 27.
3 snookers required, but you would think that Ronnie O'Sullivan has pulled another frame back.
One. Eight. 9.
Oh, now it gets
16.
interesting.
$17. $24.
The difference
Mark Williams,
is 44, and there's the attempt to play the snooker. Well, Ronnie O'Sullivan needs to be careful here. Made a mistake with one of these in the opening frame. Now Sullivan has a chance to play it at a pace that he leaves it over the pocket.
don't think, Mark, when you need 3 snookers, you don't really believe you're going to win the frame, but at the very least, you just knock O'Sullivan out of his rhythm slightly by this 10-15 minutes at the end of the frame that didn't need to be there.
I think he can see. Oh no, thought he could see through the gap. Best way of defending these situations. Play snookers of your own. Get his hand on the table this time.
1.
And that will make sure for Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Eight. Yeah, frame conceded. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 8.
Frame conceded. Snookered himself, but it didn't matter. And he cuts that advantage again. Now it's Mark Williams who leads by 8 frames to 5. Absolutely. Ronnie O'Sullivan mentioned that, didn't he, in that extraordinary interview he gave, that you look up and there's one person sitting up there. It's very different from normal. Well, he's back.
Frame 14. Ronnie O'Sullivan.
So Ronnie O'Sullivan has played 2 poor breakoffs so far in this second session. Let's see how this one develops. Now the cue ball is not near the baulk cushion, so Mark Williams may be tempted by a pot here. You won't want to see a rerun of that one, but at first glance looks to be no damage done.
Yeah, he missed by some way. 68% is his long pot success in the match and 64 in the championship so far. Look at O'Sullivan's.
Now there you see positional success, so in other words control of that cue ball, and as you would expect, Ronnie O'Sullivan's above 90%. That's his forte. He's an artist with a cue ball. 85% is pretty good. You would expect those high figures from two of the best players in the game. Meanwhile, lovely pot from Mark Williams, but I don't think he's going to get anything with it.
Mark Williams 1.
He wouldn't mind a couple of scrappy frames now, Mark Williams.
Well, where is that cue ball going to end up? Complete misjudgment.
Yeah, he played the pot with had a load of right-hand side, check side on the cue ball. And if you mishit it, the right-hand side pushes the cue ball out to the left. And it doesn't have time to come back.
1.
So, great opportunity presented on a platter to Mark Williams.
Eight. 9.
Ooh, struggled into that far jaw again, but
16.
for Mark's sake, it has gone in. Highest break only 57 in this session, and that was near the end of a frame. He hasn't scored heavily from the start of a frame, getting in early and making a frame winning visit. This would be a great time to do it. Nice angle on the black to go into the bunch of reds. How's your luck? First glance doesn't look great because the green is blocking the red
24.
to the far right corner. End of break. A little bit unlucky there.
A couple more rolls of the cue ball, and he's on the red to right middle. Just a 25-point lead, which is handy, but probably deserved a bit more there, Mark Williams. Didn't really get that cue ball where he would have wanted it. looked in all the way.
Oh, he was on the way. He was on the way. Very close watch mark. He's walking round to play the black.
One.
Not landed nicely on any colour here, Ronnie. That's about as good as he could do.
Seven. Eight.
He looks up for this, Ronnie. I did read some comments on social media last night that some people were questioning whether he'll be fully up for the comeback in this match. But to me, he looks bang up for the challenge.
Yeah, there were suggestions, weren't there, that he wouldn't fancy a semi-final against Mark Selby.
15. 16. 21. 22.
Again, you can hear the gasp. It's one thing about having an empty crucible. You hear all the players' reactions when a shot doesn't go to plan. Huge kick there. Played the split to perfection. Okay, the red's not to
27.
perfection, but the way he played the shot was beautiful. That far jaw is causing these players so much aggro.
27.
Can you see the red? There's your answer. Can't believe how many times both players have missed balls to that far jaw. Never in this one.
You feel it is circumstance and coincidence. There can't be an obvious reason for that.
Yeah, the pocket's the same size as the other 4 corner pockets, other 3 corner pockets, I should say. It's just, yeah, it's a strange anomaly of this session.
Thought you'd discovered an extra corner pocket then.
The way I play these days, I need an extra corner pocket. He lifted the butt of the cue there, intimating that he was thinking about the swerve. I actually don't see what alternative he's got.
Shot time up to 80 seconds. When your average shot time is 18, this is some serious thought. Over 2 minutes now.
Yeah, he was in a hole there. You would expect That to cost him the frame.
1. Eight. Nine.
So Ronnie O'Sullivan now strong favourite to take the first 2 frames since the mid-session interval and put severe pressure on Mark Williams.
15. 16. 22. 23. 30.
Just let the cue ball come off the cushion. Maybe an inch or 2 further than I thought. He should still get this red. Shouldn't be a problem.
31.
So black and the red that's over the yellow pocket. To go to within 2 frames of Mark Williams.
38. 39.
45 ahead, 35 remain. At this point, Mark Williams might well come back. So we'd like to make sure of this red. He is going to narrow the gap to 2. What a final 2 frames we have coming up.
Yeah. These last 2 frames are not to be missed.
$47. 47 and a frame.
Misses the yellow, but the contribution is more than enough to win the frame. Mark Williams can see him now in his mirrors. He leads by 8 frames to 6.
A fluke to win the frame, and there was just a little couple of signs in that frame that maybe the luck was changing a little bit. Mark Williams got in, first opportunity, you know, plays this well, perfect angle in the black. Almost he wants to split the reds everywhere. And we see just unlucky. You know, even normally you'd have the red up to the green pocket, but the green's there, so that was the first little bit of run of the balls that went Ronnie's way, and then Ronnie misses. We're going to see Mark almost potting this red. Again, and another day thinks this is in. That's so close. He's on his way. Later on in the frame, Ronnie missed an easy red into that jinxed pocket for both players. And snookered Mark. Blocked it with a blue. Here's the miss. On another day, he could leave that red. Ronnie's walking on his tail. He's got a half smile on his face. He thought he might have lost him the frame. Snookers Mark. Mark plays out of it and
frame 15.
hands the frame to Ronnie. So
Mark Williams.
They say these long frame matches, run of the ball can you know, switch from player to player.
Two enormous frames in the context of this match. How will it fall? How will they head into the final session?
Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you.
Could yet be 8-all. Wouldn't that be something? I try to
Minus.
just glance the outside of that
Mark
red.
Williams full. Free ball.
Free ball as well.
One.
He just didn't catch that.
Mark Williams.
He
one.
stood up off it straight away there.
One.
Yeah, it's intimating they got a kick there, so another little sign of maybe things are changing. Ronnie definitely got the momentum in this match at the moment. It's just so hard to stop, so hard to
Six.
keep out when he gets going like this.
7.
He's not been at his brilliant best by any means, but as I said in the last frame, he looks bang up for the challenge.
$11.
Well, as he's mentioned, he's enjoying the environment. The lack of attention.
$12.
But more than that, quite a few members of our team saying how well he looked at the start of the championships, how up for it he looked.
Sure.
Just wants that white cleaned, wary of one or two bad contacts.
Just give me a second, please, Ronnie. Sure. Thank you. 18. $19.
That was lovely. You could just, as soon as the cue ball hit the cushion, you could see the right-hand side take effect. You thought it wasn't going to be right side of the blue, and it just side switched on.
24.
Just got to watch that left middle pocket here. Nah, he's okay.
25.
He's able to get a thicker contact on the bunch.
He talked in that interview about
30.
being in the moment. That's exactly where he is now.
31.
Almost that Zen sense of not worrying what's gone before or what's to come, just you and the balls.
36. 37.
He's out of position there, but recovery pot on the yellow.
39. 40. 43. 44. 49. 50.
'Just one or two small problems, but ones that he will
56.
surely negotiate.
57. 63.
This
63.
red. And this now is Ronnie O'Sullivan at his freewheeling best.
70. 71.
It's just sensational when he plays like this, without a care in the world.
78. 79. 86. 87. 92.
'On his way to his 7th century.
94.
This year, the leading century maker. This year's World Championships. Never seems overly bothered.
97.
But the casual brilliance is something else. Knocks in the brown.
101.
The 67th century of this year's World Championships.
106. 112 on the frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Breathtaking from Ronnie O'Sullivan, who closes the gap to 1. He was in trouble, but now he is right in this match. Mark Williams leads now by 8 frames to 7. Well, what a final frame we have coming up here, Stephen.
Yeah, it's just been an incredible match to watch. I'm doing the final session tonight. I can't wait. 9, 7, 8 each. It's going to be a match not to be missed tonight. But Mark Williams will... How much pressure is he under now? He never shows it, but he's let slip a 4-frame advantage let slips maybe a bit brutal. You know, Ronnie O'Sullivan has been very good in coming back in this match, but whatever the case, when you've been 4 frames in front and now you're only 1 frame in front, it doesn't feel good sat in your chair.
Well, you say that he's the master of blotting things out and forgetting what's happened. He's going to have to be, to regroup and try and win this final frame. Because 8-all would feel like a huge comeback and huge pressure on Williams.
The final frame of the session. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
How's this break off? Well, it's pretty much identical to the other one, but this time he's given Mark a choice of reds to either corner. The momentum is just not with Mark Williams anymore. And first good chance in this frame, this massive frame, goes to the man 1 frame behind.
They're just not dropping all of a sudden. That white.
1.
Holds up for him. Stephen's already pointed out, but you can hear every exhale, every bit of frustration.
Six. 7.
The red that's closest to the black, he wants to get on that in such a way they can pop that and just screw into the red to the left of the black, just knock that out of the way. So he'll play for that now, I think. Try and get high on that red. That looks, well, from my view, absolutely
12.
perfect. Maybe a smidgen too much angle, because he caught the
13.
black first. He was still able to hold for the black. Ideal angle, he wouldn't have made contact with the black at all there. This has been a great performance from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Maybe one of his best sessions at the Crucible, considering he came out 6-2 behind. Okay, it's not the scintillating, you know, 100 breaks all the time, but coming out 4 frames behind, and if he can get out 8 each, it's one of
20.
his best ever sessions, I think.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 20.
Just when we're starting to count our chickens. This is a straightforward red. Okay, he's not left anything. Unexpected miss.
Starting to look like he couldn't miss. So some respite for Mark Williams. Needs a good cue ball here. Well, Ronnie O'Sullivan thought that red was on. Perhaps had to squeeze it into the side of the pocket. Either way, he made the mistake.
Yeah, that's pressure.
Six. Seven.
Just overrun the cue ball slightly. He just wanted to play for the red that was next to the black. He's going to have to go into the reds here. Needs a bit of luck. It's okay. It's okay. Nice red to the right middle.
14.
For the first time in
50.
a while, the bounce of the ball goes his way.
Twenty.
Well, it looked like the picture had paused there. Mark was down that shot for a long time. Just trying to make sure he can get through to this red. The two reds below the pink, the right-hand side one. He does, for some reason, have problems judging these shots. He's done it a couple of times where he's either got down and missed it completely or potted the ball when he thought he couldn't. It doesn't look on, I must admit, from that angle. It looks like he'll hit the left red first. So, much more difficult pot than he was hoping for. Play for the black to the same pocket.
Mark Williams, 20.
Both players are realising the importance of this final frame. Who will make the final mistake that will cost the frame?
One.
Yeah, there was just an air of uncertainty about Mark. Firstly, eventually turning down at one pot, and then when he was over the other, he was in a dangerous position of being in two minds.
Eight. Nine.
Going to miss the crowd tonight. We have vintage evening at the Crucible. If they start off tied at 8-all, be one of those nights, wouldn't it?
16.
Yeah, and this quarter-final, there's always one of the four quarter-finals each
70.
year that has to play the afternoon and virtually go straight back on at night. So both players will just have a couple of hours and they'll be back on the table. It'll suit Ronnie. As I said, if he
24.
wins this frame, he's got the momentum.
$25.
These three reds around the pink spot will come colours will be enough.
31. 32. 39. 40.
So black, one more red. As I said, there's been misses. It's not been his best
47.
performance in terms of big breaks and flow and snooker that we've seen before, but in terms of the importance, and he started off 4 frames behind.
48.
I think this is definitely one of his best sessions ever at the Crucible. He's been very focused.
We are going to go in
54.
to tonight's session at 8 frames apiece. O'Sullivan plays the double.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 54.
Just having a look at the score here, Mark Williams. Barring snookers, Ronnie O'Sullivan will narrow the gap and make it 8-8 going into tonight.
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
There is the concession after the miss. What a 4-frame burst that is from Ronnie O'Sullivan. He trailed 8-4, but they go into tonight tied at 8 frames apiece. For Ronnie O'Sullivan, and he cuts that advantage again. He looked in all the way.
He was on the way.
The contribution is more than enough to win the frame. The casual brilliance is something else. It's the 67th century of this year's World Championships. Breathtaking from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Now he is right in this match. We are going to go in to tonight's session at 8 frames apiece.
Thank you, Seema. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the final session of this fabulous match that these two players have provided. To come back and win the second session, 6 frames to 2, was quite an achievement, and he had to win the last 4 frames to do that. Wow, that's an early test of cueing, and he struck that beautifully.
Yeah, played it in a very clever way as well. Look where the cue ball is. The only red he could have left was the one he was playing. Knew he was going to have to pop this blue. And that 2 right in the middle of the pocket.
Six.
He's made 3 centuries in this quarter-final so far. Mark's got the highest. He's had a break of 130, his only century.
Seven.
That red next to the black is available. Ronnie will be playing for that when he gets the chance. The fact he's got on it straight away, using the edge of the pack when screwing back there.
13.
Now the black's only available into one corner, but getting this out of the way is a plus.
14.
I was
21.
on the other game, Stephen, so I didn't see too much of this match. Did Ronnie buzz this afternoon?
He wasn't at his blistering best. I mean, there was a few misses in there. But what he was just, he seemed to be really up for the challenge, which impressed me more than anything. As I said this afternoon, I've not seen
29.
him come back from 4-frame, and indeed it was 5 frames at one point, it's 7-2. Come back from those deficits very often in the Crucible, usually because he dominates his opponents, he's never that far behind. But it was very impressive.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 22. Sorry, 29.
Just a bit unlucky with the cannon there. Just show you this, he just wanted to bring a few more reds into play and covered the one that was at the back of that little bunch there.
From winning 4 frames in a row from 8-4, what Ronnie has got, we talk about all the time, these long matches, he's got momentum at the moment. Mark Williams has to somehow stop that, but that was, well, he actually went for the pot there, believe it or not. That's what you call a wide. We've seen in the match a few days ago, Barry Hawkins and Neil Robertson, they were 8 each in the final session, and how little bits of running the ball played a big part, especially in Barry Hawkins a couple of times going at the pack, landed on nothing. So hopefully this isn't decided by that tonight. Hopefully it's just a fair match, and it comes down to who plays the best on the occasion.
Now, where's that red going to finish? Couldn't have foreseen that happening. Got a good cue ball, but cannon to red over the middle pocket.
1.
I was just about to say that the frame gets a little bit scrappy. You would fancy Mark winning that type of frame, but that last shot that Ronnie played, where accidentally knocking a red over the pocket, has opened the frame up.
Yeah, as I've said a few times, Mark Williams wouldn't care if he won the frame on one ball at a time. Unique temperament where he just forgets bad shots instantly. Almost doesn't care if he plays a bad shot, because he knows the next time he comes to the table, his mind will be fresh.
Six. 7. Thirteen.
Looked like we were going to be in for a bout of safety play.
14.
As he gets a heavy contact there, but he's okay. The reds were going up the other end of the table, and the safety area was behind the black, and then, as I say, with that red going over the middle,
19.
it opened the frame up.
20.
Yeah, tonight's the night where you don't want to play any unforced errors.
Yeah, this is the one you could never foresee that happening. Got a good cue ball, but oh, it's gone wrong. Just when he looked like one good split would give him a chance to
25.
win the frame, it's gone wrong.
Yes, that's both players have been unlucky when they've tried to open the reds. The first frame of the session this afternoon was a fascinating frame. It went all the way to a black ball. Some of the safety playing was just top drawer. This first frame is starting to follow a similar pattern.
Mark Williams, 25.
Not often you see Ronnie O'Sullivan playing a shot like that, but there was very little available to him as he tempted Mark Williams into taking this long red on. Dangerous thing to leave the Welsh potting machine a chance like that. I'm sure Ronnie had a chance to get back behind the black from the red, the right side of the table. He left him a tempter, and he rolled it in very nicely.
Yeah, again, another clever shot. The way he played it, it was the only red he could leave.
6.
Pretty much the only top player that would play that shot that way, just dropping it in dead weight.
$11. 12. $19.
He's going to need one of those reds. They're on the cushion.
$27.
There's an angle here in the red. Possibly take the other red off the cushion here. I think it's worth the risk. That's why he's not been down playing this shot already. It's because that's what he's thinking about. Is it worth a gamble? Sometimes you don't like to take a red off with a red, because if you leave the cue ball on that side cushion, you're forced to play a difficult shot after. But he's thinking about it.
$28.
Yeah, he's a chance of getting on that red. He can play over for the other one, but being a left hand will be interesting to see if he plays for the one nearest to him. He's going to need the rest for that. It's slightly off the cushion, whereas the other was a little more difficult.
34.
So this and the black required. And safely in.
35.
Well, Ronnie took a calculated risk when he rolled up to the red. And it's cost him the frame. We're looking at one of the best potters the game's ever seen.
42. $43. $43 and a frame.
Doesn't matter about the
Mark
green.
Williams.
No big breaks in the opening frame, but it was a fascinating frame, and both players had chances, but what a long red that Mark Williams knocked in there, paved the way. He's back in the lead, 9 frames to 8.
Ronnie's breakoffs were pretty poor this afternoon. He hit the blue one time, and then another time brought a red up to the other end, left Mark an easy opener to the left middle. Again, he's left a red out. Not the best angle in this red. You have to hit this with a bit of power to get the cue ball out of there. I mean, he could play it very aggressively and play for pink or black, but he's decided against the pot completely. And the containing safety shot. Well, interesting little bit of useless information for you. Ronnie's using different chalk tonight than he was this afternoon and yesterday. And I would hazard a guess because he had 2 miscues. The new chalk apparently prevents kicks and bounces, but you can be prone to the odd miscue with it.
Once again, Mark tried to just float the red into the middle pocket. No black available just yet, but where the reds are, the 2 reds that are near the black, he could quite easily get on the one that's just above the black and then develop it. Might need a couple of shots before he can get into that position. He's already looking at it, as you can see there, glancing at those 2 reds by the black. And here he comes with the cue ball. And look at that. That one shot will open the game up.
4.
Obviously the black doesn't go past the other red into the corner, but it's certainly clearing things. So he can get on the pink as he indicated there.
Five.
What an aggressive shot that is. Now that really has opened things up.
11.
One shot there where the white stops and then keeps on spinning through the reds. Great chance now.
12.
Just got past being straight in the pink, so able to come down hopefully there for the red that's next to the black. May not have come down far enough to play it this time.
18. 19.
just overhit that slightly. You can see he's not happy. Played for the pink to left middle. He's actually finished in a little awkward situation here. If he's straight on the blue, maybe he's just had a little bit of angle, but the blue will obviously be respotted right next to the pink. Just working out the puzzle.
It's got to go as close to the pink without touching it, so Ronnie just looking to see which of them will be available. One of them will pot. But sometimes
24.
when they're so close together, it's difficult to see which one will go.
$25.
Well, that's cleared the blue spot area.
31.
Oh,
Do you know what, Dennis? I was
Yes,
just about to
Sullivan.
say he didn't need to play that
31.
red. He had the easy red to the left corner to stun across for the black, then play for that other red after. That red was missable. He didn't have to play that then.
1.
Look at this situation here. Play the red over the left corner. That's missable, that red.
he just felt he was queuing so well that it was just a matter of fact.
yeah.
But it's not like that, the game. Every shot, you've got to put 100% concentration into it.
Yeah, I still didn't expect him to miss it.
8.
What a chance he's gifted to Mark Williams here. He wants that cue ball to stop. He's got the pink in the middle.
And he's got the reds in perfect position. Can you believe it?
Mark Williams, 9.
Could this be a little bit of tension even for these great players creeping in here? That's a golden chance that's gone there.
Yeah, that was a real chance for Mark Williams to put down deal a real psychological blow to Ronnie O'Sullivan, because Ronnie's been in first twice in this session. Both the first two frames he's been in first. And if Mark had punished him for that, missing that red
6.
there, that would have been a real, as I say,
7.
a real blow. That is a let off.
$14.
Well, he's got a kick there. Okay, he was
Yes,
hammered with the red,
14.
but it sounded like a heavy contact. He's having the cue ball cleaned. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, it kicked and just threw the ball offline that time. As I say, he was slightly hampered, but he would never miss that shot. That wasn't his fault.
One.
So a chance that Mark Williams wasn't expecting.
Wow, it's all happening here.
Mark Williams 1.
Mark Williams just left the cue ball there because he was going to play the red that's halfway up the left cushion onto the one that's over the pocket. Ronnie, obviously with a big lead, doesn't have to do that, but wow.
1.
Dear me. It's amazing what's going on over the last few shots. Poor misses, heavy contacts. Did he have to play the blue? Got a 36-point advantage. Well, what's happened to the Welsh potting machine? That wobbled a few times, but safely in.
Eight. Nine.
So he's weathered this mini storm here with the help of his opponent, because Mark Williams had a couple of chances to take the second frame as well. Well, that'll do nice. Lovely little flick on the brown there.
15.
Looking at the scoreboard, the frame is secure.
$16.
He might as well try and clear the lot. He can cannon the red out here. Well, a little bit.
18. 18 and a frame.
So both players missing easy chances in this frame. Mark Williams had a great chance to pinch the second frame as well. He didn't, and we're all square again. It's 9 frames each.
That even the best in the world, even two players with 8 world titles between them, can feel the tension out there.
They still get nervous, you know what I mean? I'm getting nervous just watching it. But there's a couple of shots in there. I mean, here's Ronnie. Stephen said, didn't have to play this red. There was no read to. Obviously, very confident he wasn't going to miss it. He missed that. Then Mark Williams had a chance with the pink in the middle. This was a much more difficult shot, but still one that you'd expect him to get. And that's just 2. I mean, Ronnie missed another chance. Mark Williams missed another chance. And eventually it was the red that Mark Williams missed, gave Ronnie the chance. But it's great to see them miss a few, isn't it? It is. It's very refreshing for all the greatness that these guys have produced over the years. Yeah, they're still human. It's like a golfer missing a short little putt. And I've missed a few of them in my time as well.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned it. I was not going to mention that. But look, it's all even now again. And I guess we've seen the tension sort of increase in that frame especially. So how important now is this next frame?
Well, I think just that was a wonderful opportunity for Mark Williams to really go 2-0 up in tonight's session and have a 2-frame gap. And I think that's a real chance missed. He really has to, you know, it'll be interesting to see how he sets out in this frame. But that was a real chance missed for Mark Williams. He may rue that as the match goes on.
OK, well, let's see what happens. Back to Dennis and Stephen.
much else he could do there, only send that red up the other end of the table, which makes it possibly a bit of an awkward frame. Just taking the opportunity to clear the black spot area.
Would like to have had the cue ball, obviously. Tight on the black cushion there. Just left Mark Williams a tempter to the left middle. But the speed he'll have to play it at, he's bound to leave another red, should he miss it. I think better of it.
Great length of the cue ball there. He did have a go at the double, but safety was his main concern there. Well, that certainly opened the reds up. As you can see, one mistake could prove very costly. The way the table's situated now, it looked a bit awkward a few shots ago. Looked like there was going to be reds heading up the other end of the table. All of a sudden, that's not the case. And this is an attacking shot he's taking on here. That was a very difficult pot he took on. Tried to float that red into the pocket, but was always going to cannon into the reds.
One.
It's a tricky little black he's faced with, but if he knocks this in, what a chance. Well, he took a big risk there, did Mark Williams, and it could be very costly.
Nine. $16. $17.
Ronnie hasn't been in front since the third frame. He made a century break and then a 70 to lead 2-1. But then it was all Mark Williams.
25. 31. 32. 38.
'Ronnie hasn't been in front in this match since the third frame. We led 2-1, so this is a great opportunity.
39.
'You think if he does get his nose in
44.
front again, will he step up a gear and really put the pressure on Mark Williams?
45. 52.
But it just keeps on throwing in these unexpected misses for some reason. Just when you think he's, starting to get into flow.
That's just a loss of focus. Pure and simple concentration. That's all it was there.
Yeah, you've seen him mouth himself so bad.
1.
Now, what can Mark Williams
7.
do here? Because he would have thought the frame was over.
Eight.
The only difficult red is the one just near his body now on the cushion.
$14. 15.
It's been fast and furious, the frames. Very quick indeed, as you can see, the average frame time. Not even 12.5 minutes.
20.
And the average shot time, that is fast from both players.
$21. 28. 29.
'Now the best colour to move that difficult red would be the green in a few shots' time.
34.
Be interesting to see if Mark does that, or whether he's going to try and get down and move the red from one of the higher valued colours.
Well, 2 times this afternoon there was a red on a cushion, and I kept on thinking what colour I was going to use to move it, and both times he left the
35.
double. The red's maybe a little bit close to the cushion. He'd have to leave the cue ball sort of somewhere near the bluish to play the double this time.
Well, he got himself slightly out of position there. having to use the rest for the pink.
41.
And if he's on this red, he's quite close to it. It's going to be a tricky little pot, this. No way he can try and get on the green from this position. He'll do well to pot it because he's so close to it.
$42.
Oh, he's got the perfect angle on the black to bring it into play. This could be a frame winner if it works. He's left the double. I'm surprised. I'm surprised he had got the perfect angle there.
He's done it twice today
49.
as well. And he couldn't have put the cue ball in a better place, to be fair.
Mark Williams. 49.
Oh, what a slice of good fortune that is. When you take a double on, you're never sure where they're going to finish, but well, how's your luck, Ronnie?
One.
Not going to need the difficult
6.
pink. But the
8.
red that Ronnie missed in the middle pocket when he was 50 in front at the time was a sitter, an absolute sitter.
$11.
Couldn't believe he missed this. He wasn't even thinking about the pot.
$50.
And what a frame for the Welshman to pinch here.
$20.
Just roll the pink in or over. And it's in.
26 in the frame.
Wow.
Mark
What
Williams.
a frame for Mark Williams to steal there. Ronnie O'Sullivan, we showed you the easy red he missed. It was very costly, and Mark Williams leading 10 frames to 9.
52 at that time.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
going to be ruining that missed red.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's been a lot of misses, but what about this? He's left a double here, Mark Williams. The red into the middle pocket. He's missed it, but just look where the cue ball finishes.
14.
How about that for a nice little snooker? Didn't play that, got a little bit of luck. Ronnie got out of the snooker, but left the red, and that was it. But yeah, Ronnie will be kicking himself. Could have gone ahead since the third frame. That was the last time he was ahead. So big chance there, and a very easy miss, a glaring miss on 52 when he looked like he was in complete stroke.
Uncharacteristic misses from Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Both players, I think both of them they want it so much, you know, there's a little bit of nerves, adrenaline. Even the best players in the world, they do suffer a little bit of nerves, and you can see both of them. But that was a wonderful clearance there from Mark Williams.
And it would feel good for him to have won that frame in the fashion that he did.
Yeah, of course. And it just it lets Ronnie know that he's still there. If he misses, he's going to keep him under pressure, you know, and he's there. You know, he's not going to balk at the winning line, Mark Williams, that's for sure. But it's a fascinating encounter.
It really is. OK, back to the action.
Sullivan to pick.
Well, Ronnie breaks off in the last frame before the mid-session interval, and I think I agree. It's not the snooker we expected, probably, from this night session. this final session of this match. It's been littered with errors from both players. And you wouldn't even say, you know, there's a lot of pressure out there, because normally these two play their best snooker, the more pressure there is on them. But worrying signs for Ronnie, I would say, in this match now. Some of the mistakes he's making.
1.
He did well to get the white out there, almost straight. Pink and black tied up. And a chance
4.
to bring the black into play here.
Five.
Not on the black.
Foul. Mark Williams 5. Ronnie O'Sullivan 6.
Another strange shot. Very attacking there. If he had a pot of the pink, he probably wouldn't have gone in off. If Mark goes to the mid-session interval with a 2-frame advantage, he'll take some beating.
One.
Far from an easy chance, this.
Seven. 12. 13.
Cleverly playing for the pink because he knows that's now going to go in the black spot. Never misses a trick.
19. 20.
You could see all those reds were covering each other. They got a good angle on the pink here. And within one shot, he's developed most of the reds.
26. 27. 33. 34.
Full focus and concentration required here.
Yeah, it's so strange. It's a feeling I very rarely get watching Ronnie O'Sullivan. And I kind of sense there's an unforced error coming.
40. $46. $47.
Beautifully played. The perfect angle on the pink.
$53.
One more red and a blue would be enough. Blue or above. Where's the cue ball? Where's that white going? Oh, it was going in the pocket.
54.
Frame safe now, you would feel.
$59.
Hey.
61.
Well, it looks like Ronnie O'Sullivan has just made it 10 apiece. At this stage, we're going to leave you on BBC Two, but grab your remote control and quickly switch over to BBC and Stephen Hendry.
Thank you, Seema. Both players back and ready to do battle. Best of 25 is now the best of 5. Still hard to pick a winner.
Frame 21. Mark Williams to break.
First part is to get a good break off. It's been a very quick match, just over the 4 hours. And that's why the average frame time at 12 minutes and 20 seconds. Ronnie now down to 16. In his first match, it was ridiculous. He was at 13 seconds against Tep Chow.
Interesting, this last best of 5, basically, to get into the semi-final. I mean, Mark Williams, I think, would love just to have 3 or 4 scrappy frames, because I'm sure he would come out on top. Pretty good safety shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan there, from tight under the bolt cushion.
Can't remember which year it was when they moved the UK Championship to Telford. These boys played in the final. I'd never seen safety like it from both of them. It was absolutely amazing. Oh, this might be a half chance. If this red goes up into the corner, it's a free shot for Ronnie. He can get himself onto the black. It obviously goes. Key early shot coming up. It's there, right in the middle of the pocket. That's the last thing that Mark Williams wanted to see. He thought everything was going to be safe.
Eight.
Beautiful.
9.
And I'll tell you what was interesting there. He got up and down a couple of times. He didn't rush the shot. He knew the importance of it. I think missing that red, the easy red in the left middle pocket, a few frames back, has sharpened him up.
There's a red at the bottom of the pack that will go to the right corner, but he's just finished 2 straight.
$16.
Yeah, he's just getting up and just making sure he's got the potting point. Whoa.
17.
Wow. He was a long way off the pot. I think Mark's face says it all there.
Well, Mark knows what's coming. Have a look at this. As Stephen
24.
said, missed it by a long way, but what a flick on the red.
25.
This next shot will certainly open the reds up. He could have done with a slightly
32.
better angle. It's a bit of a cutback now. That's the only
33.
problem with that shot. Controlling the cue ball when you're hitting the other reds, difficult to judge it. That's wonderful cueing there from the side cushion. Well, that fluke is going to prove
40.
costly for the Welshman.
It's amazing though. All this started from that little innocuous little safety shot that Mark William played. Little containing shot that whenever you play a containing safety shot, you presume you're not going to leave anything. It's just, you know, you're just trying to keep
48.
everything tight. Left Ronnie that red to the far right corner, and this is a result.
49.
This is a little containing safety shot. He's trying to put the cue ball on the cushion. He didn't really think, I don't think, about that red. Did you see Mark there? Just came to have a look. See where he left it in. It's the thing with Ronnie O'Sullivan. You can leave him very little at the table. All of a sudden, 3 or 4 minutes later, he's got everything in the open. The frame's virtually won.
55.
5 minutes. This break has lasted.
It's gone wrong. Looked almost certain 61. To be on a red once he got the cannon. .61 ahead, so not safe just yet in this frame. Finished the frame before the mid-session interval with a century. It looked like he was going to make one here. But he'll have to wait for another chance.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 61.
And even there, Mark Williams was tapping the cue on the table in appreciation of the good safety shot that Ronnie's played. Terrific rivalry between the players, but great sportsmanship. Sometimes you can stand at the table and you can't just see a shot. There's no path through to just land on the red that's near the cushion, and the others are all in the open. Oh, listen, it's a great effort. The shot he just attempted there, a little thinner, and it would have been right down the table with the cue ball, but it's not bad. There's no easy starter here. Oh, but that's terrific cueing.
One.
Still needs another good shot. Just glancing around the table, seeing where he'd like to put the cue ball. The yellow would be the one that would get him up to the red, you feel. Not that many pots away from securing this frame. It's the brown. Anything that could get him up past the blue spot area.
5. Six.
Quick glance at the scoreboard. Any color will do.
$11. 12. $19. 20.
Very, very solid frame of snooker played by Ronnie O'Sullivan.
27. $28.
Okay, had help of that fluke when he got in for the first chance, but that part has been a very professional frame of snooker. Exactly what you need at this stage of this match.
34. 35.
That's a very high pot success percentage there, 93%.
42. 45. $47.
Mark Williams has scored just 5 points in the last 2 frames.
50.
Being completely dominated by his opponent. We always talk about momentum.
54.
It's definitely with Ronnie O'Sullivan at the moment.
$59.
Beautifully played positional shot there. He's not going to bother with the black.
59 and
He
frame.
had a break of 61
65
with the aid of a
frame.
fluke. With no fluke about clearing the remainder with a break of 65. And Ronnie O'Sullivan is in the lead, 11 frames to 10. Not the best break-off shot from Ronnie there. He's left that red on. But there's so much pressure now on Mark Williams. Missed that by a long way. And an early chance for Ronnie O'Sullivan. He's usually so good at that type of shot, but with what just happened in the previous frame, certainly didn't help his confidence.
One. Six.
Just a little bit of a concern for Ronnie, that red to the left of the black, but we know how quickly he can develop that sort of situation.
Seven.
You didn't catch the pink full ball. How's your luck, Ronnie? At first glance, he may have won into the middle pocket, but the pink's gone safe. Black tied up into the left corner pocket. Can he get through for the blue?
13. $18.
I think he can leave himself. I'm not sure if the black pots from that side, you know, where the red is at the moment, if he stopped the white there or somewhere near there. Yeah, the black pots, and this next shot will clear those two reds. So it will be a good chance if this works out. Now, has everything covered each other?
26.
Two possible plants there. This takes a bit of making, as you can see. Played it well. Made it look
27.
very easy there.
Yeah, it was such an aggressive play there. I mean, you see where he's left the cue ball. If the plant doesn't go in, it leaves Mark a great chance for a counter-attack. But no thoughts of refusing that. It's just starting to fly at the right time of this match, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
32. $33.
Well, he's had a century break and he's had two 60-plus breaks in the last couple of frames.
$38. $39.
And this is exactly what he did against Ding Junhui in the last 3 frames to win 13-10. So used to
46.
these sort of conditions. He's been there so many times.
$47. $54. $55.
It just looks like he's just found that extra gear to get into cruise control. Absolutely nothing his opponent can do about this.
62.
Just sit there and just hope.
63.
But Mark knows as well as anybody when Ronnie O'Sullivan gets in this kind of flow, very hard to stop.
70. 71.
Two 45-year-olds out there playing this standard of snooker. It's a treat to watch. I remember about 6-7 years ago, everyone was saying it's a young man's game. You've got to be in your
76.
early 20s to win tournaments. And these boys have proved them
77.
wrong.
$84. 85.
Ronnie's the top player with centuries. He's made 8 so far. He's
90.
already made 4 in this match.
91.
We've had 68 centuries so far, but look where the white's finished.
98.
What a shot. What
99.
a shot. And there's another magnificent century break from Ronnie O'Sullivan.
106. 108. 111. 115. 120. 126.
Well, this is just been magnificent.
132.
Superb effort
And the frame.
from Ronnie O'Sullivan,
O'Sullivan.
just at the right time, and now he gets himself where he just needs one more frame to get through to the semi-final. It's 12-10.
O'Sullivan is playing in this form.
Well, they're back at the table, and we could be into the final frame of the session.
Well, Mark Williams breaks off, and he'll be hoping it's not the last time he breaks off in this year's Betfred World Championship. And that's a pretty good length with the cue ball. Okay, the reds come up. Might snick in the middle, not sure. It's a thin one. And just missed the double kiss there.
Target is in behind the brown. This is a decent line. Ah, beautiful shot. Okay, Ronnie can get to the red on the left cushion, but not a lot we can do about it. You have to play with a loaded check side to avoid colliding with other reds when the cue ball comes up and down the table. So a loaded right hand side here.
Yeah, it's just coming off the side and top cushion. That's a better choice of shot than the one he was going to try. It's a containing safety. The other one was very risky, as Stephen said. He would have had to have played it with so much side. And look at that for a shot. Beautifully played. What a safety shot that is. And straight away Ronnie will be looking at trying to get round to the same red that he landed on previously, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult. He's going to have to hit, let's see, 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 cushions to get there. He's got to miss the blue if he goes the way he was looking at. He's now round the other side of the table. The middle pocket's in the way of that way. Now looking at the red over on the left. So that's near the black. Has he got the red? Has he got it safe? I think he's left one for the middle pocket, one to the corner. So he was in quite a spot of bother there, was Ronnie O'Sullivan. Mark Williams played an unbelievable safety shot.
One.
So Mark's first pot for a very long time. He's at the stage now where every mistake he makes could be last. He's just finished wrong side of the blue straight off the bat, so a tricky little positional shot.
Six.
Just overhit it. Played it well. He hit it well. Just a bit too much pace on the cue ball.
Mark Williams, 7.
You could hear a big groan from Ronnie because he mishit that one completely, but he's had a slice of good fortune here. To cover that red over the pocket was quite amazing. So the run of the ball is not with the Welshman at the moment, that's for sure. I'm not surprised he's taking his time over this. His temperament really put to the test there, because that was a bit of good fortune, to say the least. And he knows the way Ronnie started playing in the last 3 frames. One mistake could be his last. What has he spotted? That was just so difficult. And he's made that one mistake. How costly will it be?
Yeah, people at home might be watching and thinking, well, what has he done there? But that was almost a very clever shot. because he was trying to, the red that he hit is trying to bring it up and down the table, and the cue ball would have ended up in bulk if it missed that other red. But he was in, as you say, Dennis, an awful lot of trouble there. In the last 3 frames, 2 centuries, 2 60s, Ronnie O'Sullivan's made. You would think the wrong time to present him with a chance like this.
Five.
Mark will be thinking he's played his last shot in this year's World Championship.
Six.
Next shot. Will tell us exactly what sort of chance this is going to be. If he can get nicely onto his intended red, and he's up at the black spot area. Got the one over the pocket.
10. $11.
And removing this red helps
18.
to clear the black completely.
$19.
Just looking at those reds, they're all sort of covering each other into both corner pockets. As you can see from that picture. So it's not a straightforward run to the winning line, especially
26.
now that he's put the cue ball in that position. End of break.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 26.
The kiss on the yellow spoiled things there. Well, he's got away with that somewhat, although Mark, we know he does like a double.
One.
But just the snooker.
Mark Williams, 1.
Has he left a gap? Surely not.
Okay.
That's why I was wondering why he winced. You don't usually get a reaction from Mark, but he should have had Ronnie snookered there.
Might have another chance here. This red goes to the right corner, I think. Yeah, beautiful pot. And I'll be hoping to land in a colour, but if not, it'll be roll up behind the brown.
I think he'll take the brown on, try and get on the 2 reds near the pink.
Well, I can't believe I've missed that pot, Dennis. I've actually nominated a safety shot instead of a pot. What's happened to me?
Yeah, I can't believe it, Stephen.
Six.
That's why you never won so many tournaments. You were a bit too negative.
13. 14. 19.
The 4 reds are okay. They're all available into the right corner pocket, and top one available into the middle.
20.
But he didn't place that in the best position to get to those reds. Had to work a little bit harder, but as I said, there was one available into the middle.
26.
He just wants to finish
27.
right side of the blue, and that looks a little bit straight. He may have to play pink here. 2 cushions for the choice of 3 reds. I see them all lined up. Doesn't want to make contact with the first one though. I thought he'd played 2 cushions, then
33.
that can never happen. He just played plain ball.
Trying to get in behind the yellow.
Mark Williams, 33.
Just coming up a little bit short. Yeah, the pink to the 3 reds was poor from Mark, but under the circumstances you can understand it. And even the greatest player that's ever picked a cue up still finds it tough to get over the winning line.
One.
Well, he almost missed that red. He potted it so thick. The cue ball had no pace in it whatsoever. He was playing for the pink to left corner. He's overcut the black. But the red was a terrible
Mark
shot.
Williams, 1. One.
Yeah, he knows, passed up a great chance there. Meanwhile, Ronnie hasn't played the best shot in the world. I thought he just stunned the cue ball, left it virtually where the red was, but he's allowed the cue ball to travel forward and it's dead straight in the black, which is no good. Bad contact. Wow. So Mark Williams would have gone back to his chair thinking he'd played his last shot. As we see the cue ball on the pink jumping around the table.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 7.
He hasn't got the snooker, and Mike will have a go at this because the black's in the perfect spot. It's a free shot. You can chip the red in. Just overcut it. It's going to be an awkward one. The white's going to be close to the cushion. The red's maybe just off straight. Needs good cueing, this one. And that was far from easy. And there's a gap, I believe. Getting pretty tense out there at the moment. Ronnie's had 5 centuries. Lots of the frames won in one visit, but this is terrific for the neutral to watch. Lots of tension right down to the colours. What an exciting frame this is. This looks good if it misses the brown, but just clips it. Now, can he get in behind the black? There's an alternate safety shot, but and it's awkward cueing.
Sorry, touched the yellow. Did you? Thank you. Foul.
Oh, he just declared a foul on himself. He's touched the yellow. No one's seen it. Certainly the referee didn't see it. Ronnie didn't see it. I didn't see it. Let's have a look. It must have been very, very gently, and I mean that's typical of Mark Williams. All depends on the bounce here.
I'll tell you what, that was a great effort from Mark Williams to try and get the cue ball in behind the black. The reason he touched the yellow is just trying to get as close to the middle of the cue ball striking as possible.
One.
Not the easiest positional shot, this, to get nicely on the yellow and in a way that you can get from yellow to green. So not straightforward at all. May come off 3 or 4 cushions here. Yeah, slid off the first one.
Eight.
Well, he could put Mark in quite a spot of bother here. It's a bit pacey though.
8.
Maybe, no, he's okay. A tricky one off 2 cushions, or maybe just off the 1 cushion. He could easily hit the black if he misses the yellow. Well, he's missed the yellow and doesn't want to leave a free ball.
Gonna miss. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4. Sorry? I'll have to check that one.
He's got to check it's close to being a free ball. You've got to be able to hit the ball on both sides. And Jan Verhaas will put a ball there, go round, have a look, and if you can hit that full ball, it's not a free ball. It's very, very tight.
Well, you think if it's a free ball, it's match over. Big decision, this.
He'd have to hit the yellow on the extreme right edge as we're looking at it. It's a very, very difficult call. Mark's having a look, and
It's not a free ball. No. They're in line, the two reds with the cue ball. Let me just have a look from the other side.
very rarely have you seen this happen, but at such an important stage. As Stephen said, if it's a free ball, it's match over.
It is a free ball. This one is sticking out a little bit out. That's close.
Well, he now said it is a free ball,
and this side
and
better. It's marginal.
I mean, Ronnie's having another look, and
this one is sticking out.
I think the decision's right, you know.
Green ball.
That was a tough call for the ref, but I think he's made the correct decision there. So 2 points for the green, but not the best angle on the yellow to get back for the green. He's come up a little bit short. Well, he's done well to get that far around because he couldn't avoid the black there.
Brilliant shot. He actually used the black to help the cue ball get round the angles. Obviously the blue was the danger, going in behind the blue, but that was a brilliant shot.
Well, it's been a superb match. These two stars have given us some terrific entertainment.
11.
But Ronnie did come on very strong towards the end of it, as he did in his match against Ding Junhui. Mark Williams has put up a great fight here. Hang on. Hang on a minute.
11.
He can tie. What was that?
Well, I've never seen Ronnie O'Sullivan miss a shot like that from match ball. Incredible.
What a re-spotted black, Stephen.
Well, he wants that cue ball to stop. He wants that cue ball to stop. Well, what a steal this would be.
And he can get on the black. He can pop the pink and get enough side to come off the side cushion and drop in behind that black. And if he pops the black after the pink, it will have to come back on the table for a re-spot. It's a tricky little one now. He wanted the white near the cushion just to roll it in. Absolutely amazing. We've got a re-spotted black. Ronnie can't believe that he's missed that blue. And I'll tell you what, the Welshman doesn't mind a re-spotted black. Do you remember the final of the Masters, Stephen? Sorry to bring it up.
I think, you know, Mark is already in this championship tried to cut the black in off the spot. If he wins the toss, he's got to play. Will he do it? Is he going to try and cut the black in? He's put the cue ball on the yellow spot.
Yeah, that's good.
Black to right corner pocket. What a time this would be to cut the black in. He tried.
It's not that bad. This is a very thin cut that Ronnie's faced with. And the white will be flying around the table. Just make your mind up time. Wow, what drama. At the Crucible, okay, there's no packed audience to watch it, but tension, he's dropped his chalk. Can he win the re-spotted black and keep his hopes alive?
I'm sure. I mean, Ronnie played the easy safety shot, but I'm sure he'd be worried about leaving Mark a double. Don't think that was a double attempt, not at that pace.
Full length of the table. Couldn't be further away from the black. He'd love to hit it from behind, but where the white is, that's not going to be easy. But he is trying that. You can see with the side cushion first. And he swerved it straight into the black. Unintentional that. He was trying to hit it from behind.
I tell you, having missed that easy blue, there's pressure on this black for Ronnie O'Sullivan to get this match over and done with.
Seven.
Well, what a tense and exciting finish to the match. Both players have the utmost respect for each other. And you don't see that very often. Ronnie O'Sullivan is so relieved. And he eventually gets over the line, but he played well towards the end. He beats the Welshman by 13 frames to 10.
Congratulations. That had a little bit of everything, especially towards the end.
Ah, listen, it just boils down to I just haven't got a cue action at the end of the day. You know what I mean? If I had a cue action, I could play. You know, but when you just, I mean, it's just embarrassing, to be honest with you. I mean, if the white was more than 3 foot away from the next ball, I was like, it ain't going in, mate. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Listen, it's like trying to go and win the US Open with like a 3-iron in your bag. Do you know what I mean? It just makes life just so much more difficult. But listen, I found a way. I managed to kind of, create amongst the balls and be able to make a few. But I mean, it was either really good or just really bad. Do you know what I mean? And to win this tournament, you don't need to be good. You just need to be steady. I mean, I said before I come to this tournament, I said if I played anyone like Ali Carter and above and they played well, they would take me, you know what I mean? Because I've just got no consistency and I haven't had that for like 6-7 years, hence why I haven't really done well here. You know, over a best of 9s, best of 11s, I'm dangerous, you know, because I can hit them, bang them, and it's over before they even know they're in a match, you know? So, listen, I mean, I'm not going to try and kid people, you know. If I could go and buy Neil Robertson's cue action, I'd have it off him tomorrow. You know, I pay good money for that cue action. You know.
Well, you said that, you know, you're being quite self-deprecating.
Wow.
5 centuries, a whole load of half centuries, great scoring towards the end of the match from 10-9 down.
Yeah, as long as I'm that far from the next ball, I've got a good chance of potting it, you know. But if it's anything over distance, I'm an absolute million. But, you know, that'll be the last thing to go is my scoring. Do you know what I mean? That'll always, you know, that's my game, positional plan. And thank God that I have got that, because if I didn't have that, then I would be off the tour. Do you know what I mean? Because that's the only thing that holds me together. And probably that, you know, when I'm out there playing, I just play like I'm playing down the club. And I think that's probably 3/4 of the battle, which kind of gets me over the line well, got me through my career, really. Do you know what I mean?
Well, back in the semis for the first time in 6 years.
I love a semi.
But come on, single table setup, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, no, listen, at the end of the day, I play snooker anyway, you know what I mean? I just want a cue action. If someone can come out there and give me a cue action, then I'm over the moon, mate, you know what I mean? I don't care about semis, finals, winning tournaments. Just give me a cue action that I can go out there and try and put a few balls with and I'll be happy. OK,
cue action or not, it will be a great match from a neutral's point of view. You and Mark Selby, you've won 8 world titles between you, and you've had some epic finals along the years. And
I'd say, if you know, for anyone out there, I'd go and lump on Selby, because you know, if I beat him, I don't expect to beat him, because like he is the ultimate test, and I can't see anyone that's left in the tournament able to beat him over that distance either. You know, and that's just my personal opinion. Do you know what I mean? That's not me trying to take the pressure off, because I'll be out there trying my hardest. I don't need to take the pressure off myself. You know, I've nothing to prove and all that. But you know, just as an insider, you know, a bit of inside information for me, I just can't see how anyone can beat him. You know, maybe if Judd would have got through, he might have, you know, been able to give him a game, but there's just no one else that, or maybe Higgins, but maybe not. I don't know. You know, I just think if he's on and playing the way he has been, you know, he's just, you know, he's just got too much. He's forgot more than most people know. Do you know what I mean?
Well, you've got to be in it to win it, and you still are. Well done tonight, Ronnie. See you tomorrow.
Of 91 to lead 12-5. Robertson won the next 2 frames. Into frame 20 we go. Robertson to play. There is no score. Commentary from Dave Farrer and Steve Davis.
He just gave Selby a look at that red. Now, another of these familiar situations in recent frames. Selby in, but with a lot of work to do.
Happy to leave himself the next red with the rest. He had a chance of the brown to come down for the red by the black, but that was more of a cut. As far as rest shots go, it couldn't be much more easy. He hasn't got to do anything with the cue ball, just roll it through a fraction. Decided to hit it a bit more positively. May not have come that well on this black. Would have been better to have been higher. But then he didn't have that much room to play with, as you can see. Having to settle for this in the middle pocket.
11.
Very similar to that red he missed into the other middle pocket, wasn't it? That seemed like it was at least 3 hours ago now.
12.
It was an hour and 19 minutes ago.
No, Well, he gave them a whack.
19.
Just hit the wrong part of the pack. If he could have hit 2 reds at the same time, they may have spread a bit more. End of break. The nightmare continues. And even, oh no, even bigger nightmare.
Mark Selby 19.
Got to be considered truly a careless one. Careless. This game's just a mad game sometimes. One minute you look like you're coasting to victory, next minute everything's going wrong.
One.
Well, just baffling. It does strange things to the mind, this sport.
Whilst he's not panicking, he's currently uncomfortable. I'd say that's his state of mind at the moment. Well, not exactly as planned, but he's on a red.
6.
It's Neil Robertson's job to try and make him more uncomfortable.
Seven.
Well, they had a think.
Not so bad for the left-hander where the black is. You'd like to be right behind it though. It would be the key to unlocking the frame though, if you can get it back on its spot.
$13.
Didn't want this much angle. All he wanted to do was drop the black in and be on the red to the right of it. Now he's got work to do. The more effort you have to play and have to make in playing the positional shot always makes the pot a bit harder. He'd be delighted with that. Really plays that positively.
20. $21.
There is a renewed focus about Neil Robertson. Having looked resigned, he now looks purposeful
26. 27.
'Messed it up a bit. Good recovery shot needed.
$34. 35.
If you were to win this frame, Mark Selby would have 15 minutes or so to ponder all of this. Because right now, Neil Robertson
42.
is tilting at windmills and looking for a record-breaking comeback.
$43.
Wow. That was
48.
nearly a big mistake from Robertson.
$49.
Well, this is currently Neil Robertson's highest break since frame number 8, when he made it 5-3. And suddenly,
52.
everything's coming up roses.
Guaranteed first century of the match. Nailed on, this is a century.
$53. Neil Robertson, 53.
Now, time for Selby to regroup here and seize on this. 38 the difference, still 51 remaining.
One.
And not too many major problems to solve.
He's a certainty to clear up here.
8.
Heard that before.
See if I can make 2 glaring mistakes back to back.
Nine.
That's not what he
14.
played for. This time he turns down red to middle.
Mark Selby, 14.
Didn't get the white tight behind the pink either.
What would you like, Dave, as my 3rd and final prediction for this frame? Just let me know. I'll come out with something. Easy swerve round the blue.
There are many downsides to the absence of supporters here. I must say one of the upsides is the noise you can hear around the table. Little exhalations and sighs. Adds a little bit of background nuance.
There's been a few in the commentary box. I'm sure there's been a few at home as well.
One.
I'm not saying a word from now on in. Best way.
That didn't go in cleanly. Now yellow, you would feel, is the remaining problem here for Mark Selby. But as Steve has proved throughout this frame, it's not a sport for predictions right now.
Eight.
That is a good shot, though.
Yeah,
11.
that yellow could have been the match winner.
$15. $20.
Well, that could have been better. Just about.
$26.
Well, an hour and 36 minutes ago, Mark Selby missed a red to the middle pocket. That would have given him the win. It's been torture for him since. But finally,
33, and
he does have the win against his friend Neil Robertson. And for all the drama late on, Selby was simply too good, and he wins by 13 frames to 7.
Mark, we saw flashes of vintage Selby there. How was it for you?
Yeah, I thought I played well throughout the match, you know. I mean, there wasn't big breaks here and there. First session, I thought it was really good from both of us. And then second session, I felt as though I controlled the session. My safety was good, my all-round game was good, and sort of very, very close to being back to my best in that part of the game. So, yeah, really happy. I knew I needed to play good safety. I mean, Neil's long game is probably one of the best in the world, so if I didn't keep him on the top cushion, I know he's going to keep potting him.
Well, you opened this morning, looked like you come out of the mid-session interval. Where did that come from?
Yeah, I was just relaxed, really. I mean, 11-5 up, obviously, it's a great lead going into the last session. But, yeah, I mean, I made a great break to go 12-5, should have won the match 13-5, and then after that I sort of had to fall over the line, which is a little bit disappointing the way the match went, but, you know, I mean, obviously to beat Neil 13-7 is a great victory.
We spoke before about confidence coming into this, and you can tell from your demeanour you look like a totally changed guy. Yeah,
I feel really good out there, you know. It's the first time I've felt like this for a couple of years. I mean, as I said in the press, last 12, 18 months I've been playing okay in some tournaments, but the consistency has not been there, so it feels good at the moment. But I mean, obviously I'm only in the semi-final, we're only halfway there.
In terms of conversions from quarterfinals to titles, you outdo even Stephen Hendry in that. What is it about you when it gets to this stage, the business end, that you just seem to execute?
I don't know, I just love the one table setup, you know. I think that's the reason why my record's so good at the Masters as well, just a one table setup. Every match you play feels like a final. Even though the one table setup you're playing in the semi-final, it still feels like a final, you know. So, I mean, if you can't get yourself up for occasions like that, you shouldn't be playing the game.
So it's Ronnie Williams next, depending on who wins that one. Will you watch that, or will you just chill out between now and tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll probably watch a little bit and just go for a walk with Vicky and get some food and just rest more than anything.
And finally, how do we compare this compared to when you finished against Noppon, which was an epic?
Yeah, I mean, this one was obviously a lot less stressful, you know, but Noppon game was great, and I thought I played well there in patches, so it was good.
Mate, it's good to see you smiling. Good luck in the semis.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.